Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see the screen and you can also hear my voice. We'll be starting off in a couple of minutes. Let everybody join in. We're expecting a lot of people. Good morning, everyone. I hope we can start because I feel everyone is here. We were expecting a lot of people, and I guess most of the people have joined in. So we can start the session. I hope you can hear my voice and can also see the screen. You can actually give me the responses on the questions tab. There is a tab in this GoToWebinar control panel, which is called as questions tab. You can type in your questions over there, and I would be able to answer them. Thank you so much for the confirmation, guys. And I would like this session to be a little interactive. I want everyone to please respond to it. Thank you so much, Ashwarya. Thank you so much, Mukesh. Um, thank you so much for the confirmation. All right, so let's start the session, guys, and I'll give you some introduction about myself. As you know, my name is Sudhanshu Saxena, and I'm a senior data scientist and a consultant, and also keynote speaker for artificial intelligence. I've conducted more than 250 plus training sessions on AIML for close to 6,000 participants from 125 corporates. I think I should increase this number because last 1.5 months I've conducted like many webinars, and these webinars were able to give me like close to like 3,000 more participants from different corporates as well, right? So I'm also a machine learning expert, and I'm also like author of international video publications. I've been visiting faculty with premier institutes like Bombay Stock Exchange, Simplilearn, Edureka, SPGen, Great Lakes, and all. I have also got like 13 years of experience as a senior business consultant, out of which 6+ years of experience is in classroom trainings and in analytics domain. Right, and I have some like prejudice towards some kind of analysis. Some of the analysis I like very much, like machine learning, statistical analysis, market trends, and big data analytics. I'm also very much keen interested in predictive analytics, right? I've been providing the services to many organizations for developing the content about artificial intelligence and converting them into or taking them to the next step of artificial intelligence and machine learning. I've hosted like 30 plus webinars on machine learning and AI and participated as a guest speaker for artificial intelligence conferences. This is what I have done so far. So let's quickly come to the agenda, right? What we wanted to cover up. What is AI ops? This is what we wanted to understand. What is traditional IT ops? What is IT ops versus AI ops? We'll also talk about the challenges. We'll talk about the adoption and success. What are the how to get the most of AI ops. We'll also talk about the Gartner reports of AI ops, and we also see the use cases of AI ops with future of AI ops, like how this AI ops is working. And I hope you guys are aware that we should be aware of what is artificial intelligence, right, and how this artificial intelligence work in order to understand this AI ops thing, right? In case you don't have any understanding, just let me know so that I can give you some glimpses of artificial intelligence. You just need to type in the question, just help us understand, or just simply say help me understand with AI, right, basics of it, so that I can give you some idea. Okay, I'll be including them into this session. Okay, so right, so let's understand a couple of things, right? So there is something called as operation analytics, right? And this is one of the key terms which we need to understand before we get into AI ops. What is this operation analytics? Operation analytics is the process of using data analytics, business intelligence to improve the efficiency and streamline everyday operation in real time. A subset of business analytics, operation analytics is supported by data mining, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Now, I want to make you understand. Sure, Bhuvan Kumar, I will help you understand. No worries. Thank you so much for the confirmation. Thank you so much, Sandeep. Senthil, I will help you. Right. So I wanted to take your understanding, right? What is operation analytics, right? And I just wanted to give you the glimpses of what exactly I mean to say when I'm taking the operation analytics. Now, as you might be knowing that operation analytics is using the data analytics and business intelligence. Now, when we talk about analytics, we generally offer some questions. We answer some questions in analytics, and these questions are, right, what has happened, right? So we'll just simply say what happened. This is what we're going to answer, right? What happened? What is happening? What is happening, right? This is something which we generally answer. Happening. What will happen? What will happen, right? This is what we are going to answer. And then the last question are, what are the other possibilities in future, right? What other possibilities, what other future possibilities are present? Future possibilities. Right. So when I actually rely on operation analytics, so these are the 4 questions we generally answer, right? And when we answer these questions, our business intelligence lies over here. Business intelligence just are exactly used for answering what has exactly happened, right? So we just answer one question over here, which is what has happened, and we can do it by charts, we can do it by basic statistical analysis, we can do it by mathematics, we can create multiple graphs, and then we can create reports, and so on and so forth. And this, what exactly it will do is exactly make you understand what has happened in the past. These are the 4 questions you want to answer, right, in analytics, right? Now these questions, now over here you can see that we use data analysis, right, and it's business intelligence to improve the efficiency, to identify what has happened in the past. We use BI, right, and we improve the efficiency and steamed all everyday operations in real time. A subset of business analytics, operation analytics, is supported by data mining, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Now this artificial intelligence and machine learning, right, will let you answer these 3 questions. And this is, I can just write over here artificial intelligence, or I would write machine learning, right? Or I would write machine learning, because machine learning is nothing but the subset of artificial intelligence. So machine learning uses data mining, and other components of business analytics to define what has happened and what is going to happen, right? This is what we do, right? All in all, in operation analytics. I hope it is making sense to everyone what I'm talking about right now. Okay, now let's understand what is AI ops, right? And what this AI ops means, that I wanted to. Okay, Durga Bhavani is saying that it's not audible. Just reply AUD audible if you're able to hear my voice. Just reply AUD if you guys are able to hear my voice. Thank you so much for the confirmation. I guess it's a momentary glitch for someone, right? Thank you so much for the confirmation, guys. Right. So let's understand what is AI ops, right? Now this AI ops term is pretty new, I would say. Not in terms of, all right, I would say like 1 or 2 year old is just around 2.5 years old, right? 2 3 years old approximately. The AI ops was first coined by Gartner based on their research on algorithmic IT operations. Now what they are trying to say, right, that I that we want, or we are predicting, or we are speculating that artificial intelligence can be used for IT operations, right? And I know that IT operations are based on big data analytics, and it is based on like a lot of BI things, and we always wanted to optimize the processes. But we think that artificial intelligence and big data analytics can optimize, automate, and supercharge the IT operations, and we want to name it as AI ops. We want to name it as AI ops. Now this AI ops means that we wanted to have, like, every organization has their operations, right? And every operation is based on certain things, right? Why certain things are happening. Like, let's create a ticket for severity 1 issue, and severity 2 issues, and severity 3 issues, and severity 4 issues, right? And we wanted to have generic problems, right? 90% of the time we have generic problem, and there are generic solutions to it. Can we apply automation over there through artificial intelligence, right? This is what we wanted to apply in AI ops. Now if you just think more about AI ops basically refer to a multi-layer platform, right? And what is this multi-layer platform? We wanted to use, on the first level, we wanted to use art like analytics and machine learning to analyze big data which has been collected from the various patterns, various operation tools and devices, in order to automatically spot and react to the issues in real time. For example, there is a generic issue which is coming over, say, let's pick up one example, okay? And that example has to be something which has been, which you can think of like everyday solution, right? For example, let's say a mobile company, right? They have different zones, different regions, and there people are facing that there's some issues that they were not able to get some kind of services, right? The services are not working properly. Now if these services are not working properly, what we want to do is we wanted to apply artificial intelligence on these services, so that every time a customer requests for those services can be made on without utilizing the human behavior, right? Now when we want to talk about the human, right? For example, somebody is saying that I wanted to activate 4G services or 5G services, which are other optional services. Every time they call customer care, the transaction, the log will be created. Every time the log will be created, then some human needs to respond to it when the services are on, and when the services are active on the customer, then they will take the confirmation from the customer and close the ticket. Why can't we do that by artificial intelligence, right? Now the question over here which we get is that why even why even exactly we want to apply artificial intelligence? Why can't a human do the same job, right? This is what we get, right? Most of the time we think about this thing, right? Why can't we apply a human to get this thing right? And we want to talk about that as well, right? Just to give you an idea about how artificial intelligence is resolving that problem. So just give you some idea, right? Artificial intelligence or AI is the use of computer science programming to imitate human thought and action by analyzing data and surrounding, solving or anticipating problems, and learning or self-teaching to adapt to a variety of tasks. Okay. Now over here, what we are trying to say is that we want our computers or our machines to think like human, behave like human. We want our machines to imitate human thoughts. We want our machines to learn as if a human is learning. We want our machine to behave as if a human is behaving. We want our machine to take decisions as if a human is taking the decision, right? This is what we want from our machines. So we wanted to create machines with the help of computer science so that we can program them in such a way that a human thought and action can be represented by a logic. Okay. All right. So what this is what artificial intelligence is all about. So I have given you the high level definition, right? And then the second way of dealing with it is machine learning. Is now we always wanted to cover this, right? We always wanted to understand like why we are talking about machine learning, how machine learning is different from artificial intelligence. How many people have this kind of questions with them? Just let me know and I will love to answer them as well, right? So just to give you a thought, machine learning is an application of artificial intelligence, or it's a subset of artificial intelligence that provides systems the ability, right, to learn and improve from the experience without being explicitly programmed. We do not want to program our machines explicitly, but we want a general purpose programming language which can make my system learn from the data very much like human. Okay. Now we want this from machine learning, and machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. Now where exactly machine learning focuses, it focuses on the development of the computer program that can access data, and after accessing data they can learn the information from themselves, right? How many people just respond me, right? How many people get confused that how come and machine can think or behave like human, right? They get this kind of question. Just simply say me. I'll give you one example over here, right? If you get this kind of so I have to have at least 50% of the people saying this, right? So that I can just make you understand. If you get confused with this this, like if you get this question often, very often, if you don't, probably like there's no point, right? Only like 5 or 6 people have said this. I need to have at least 50% of the people who say, that we wanted to understand this. Otherwise, there is no point. I will stick to my agenda. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Everybody is, most of the people are saying this. Okay. All right. Let's understand this. I'm just going to give you one example over here, and I want you to think this example as an understand, try and understand this as a logic. Okay. Now just think. Okay. Now just think. How many people have gone to an auto rickshaw wala, right? And auto rickshaw driver has asked for more money to go to some place. It happened with you guys? Yes, it happened with you, right? Every time we do that, right? We wanted to go to, say I wanted to go to location, from location A to location B. I wanted to go there, right? And the cost of this, if the guy goes with the meter, I have to pay only 50 rupees, right, to this guy. And after like, and then you, if you go to this guy, that he says, you know what, I don't want to go, right? I don't want to go, right? He just keep on saying the same thing, unless you say that I will offer you 100 rupees, right? I am in need right now, would you like to go, right? And he will say yes. Now what exactly has happened? This is a very normal process, right? Which you might have like encountered at least once in your life, right? Now what exactly has happened, right? When you say that, hey, auto rickshaw driver, would you like to go from location A to location B? Would you like to go? He will say he will say no, right? He will say no over here, right? Say I don't want to go, right? You will say I'll give you 60, he says no, right? He'll say I'll give you 70, he says no, right? And you keep on increasing it, right? And then you will say I'll give you 100, right? And he will say yes. Now even if you say that I'll give you 99, he will say no most of the time, isn't it? Right? This is what happened with us. Now if I want to convert this logic, if I want to convert this logic in mathematics, right, how would I do that? I would drive, I'll just make you understand, right? Now we have like the money is starting from 50, then you have 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 100, 120. So this is my 100, this is my 50, right? Now if you want to convert this logic, this negotiation, imagine if I wanted to make a machine which can negotiate or which can become like an auto rickshaw driver, right? An artificial intelligence auto rickshaw driver, how would it negotiate with you, right? Right, so this is how we'll design the logic. I'm creating an auto rickshaw driver who is an artificial intelligence device, okay? So this is how I'll design the logic. I would say, hey auto rickshaw driver, would you like to go, right? So this no, and machine understand only 1 0, guys, right? So this is 1 and this is 0. So wherever it is 0, it is no. Wherever it is 1, it will say yes. It will act on that particular thing. So I would say I'm giving you 50 rupees, would you like to go, right? It says no. 60 rupees no, 70 rupees no, 80 rupees no, like 90 no, 99 no. But as soon as it reaches 100, it says okay, let me go with you, right? So this is where it is 1, right? It is ready to go, right? This looks like a step, right? If you just of a staircase, right? And this is called a step function. There are like various functions. It is called activation functions. So there are various activation functions, and human brain works like activation functions only. Activation functions, these are called activation functions. I'm just trying to make you understand how artificial intelligence work, right? So in activation function, one part of this activation function is step function. Step function. Then there are some, like there are other functions also. Let's not talk about all those functions right now, but this is one of the function which I make you understand is step function, right? Which will actually work after reaching to a certain stage, right? So this is the whole conversation, how an auto rickshaw driver, if this would have been an artificial intelligence machine, this is how it behave. So all human intelligence, right, can be deduced to this logic, right? And once this logic is given to computers, they start behaving as if they are human, as if they are human, right? This is what we want, and this is nothing but, and this is where we call them artificial intelligence. I hope it is making sense to everyone, right? Can I quickly get a smiley from everyone that if you understood this logic? A small smiley will do, right? Which means that you understood this logic. Okay, I'm getting a lot of smileys. I hope people understood this. Okay, so let's understand this, right? And this is where machine learning comes into the play, right? We want our machine learning to apply the logic to the data, and after applying that logic to the data, we want our machine to take decisions as if a human being is present over there, right? This is what we want. Now what kind of data we get? What kind of data we get is application data, right? And we have network data, we have storage data, we have database data, we have infrastructure data. There are different kind of data which is coming in, and the way we deal with every kind of data is different. We deal with every kind of data in a complete different way altogether. We deal with application data in a different way, we deal with network data in a different way, we deal with storage data in a different way, and so on and so forth. And what we do with basically with that, right, there are different logic to deal with any kind of data or every kind of data, right? So we have a different way to handle different kind of data. And what we do is basically we do aggregation, we investigate what kind of problem we are facing, we create graphs, and we create charts after that. And after, if we find some kind of problem, we also create alerts. Okay, this is how a traditional IT operation thing works, right? We also and in case we face any kind of problem, what we do is basically we run through the whole simulation. We understand like where exactly the problem is. We like call each other, and the application team is calling to the network team, and then they're calling to database guys, and then they are coming up with the bridge call, trying to identify where exactly the problem is, and then they will try to resolve that problem. But the problem is lying over here. Now this layer which you're seeing right now over here is the main problem area, right? Why this is the main problem area? Because most of the people think, right, what we do is basically any problem, if I'm facing any problem over here, is because of the logic, right? Logic which has been applied to handle that particular kind of data. So this is the logic over here which we're trying to solve. And after finding out this logic, we also wanted to find out how to solve this logic. But we generally search for any kind of solution over here, right? Now you must be wondering, like, this solution over here on the right hand side is the exact replica of what we are searching in application model or in network model. So why can't we search for the problem over here? The problem is that people who actually execute, right, this network model, right, people who execute this model over here, they are generally a technically skilled people, right? They are generally people who know the in and out of how application works, how these graphs are generating, what is the point of being having this kind of values over here, and so on and so forth. We've got a lot more things over here. However, the people who are actually creating the graphs and doing analytics on it, they are not aware of what is there in the storage model or database model or in application model. That's where the problem arises, because these people are too much technical, and these people have got no idea what is happening, right? They can only search everything into the data. That's where the problem arises. Now, what are the different IT operation challenges we get is something like this, right? The first thing first, too much data and complexity. Now if you just think, right, you've got application data, network model, storage model, database model, and infrastructure model. Most of the people are dealing with this kind of data, and every data has a different way of dealing with it, right? So you have too much of data and too much of complexity, and this complexity is good enough to give you like the headache of like, how am I going to handle that situation, right? So it's a problematic thing, right? The second thing which we get is that the data is so huge, right? It takes too long to access and analyze and derive insight from the operational data. It takes too long to access that data, right? When it takes too long to access that data, I would not be able to analyze and derive insight from the operational data, and then I will not be able to resolve any of the problem, right? I don't know where exactly what is the root cause of it, where exactly this problem is coming from. The third thing is that if we have a potential problem, we are too late to avoid business impacting incident. It's very difficult for us to identify where exactly the potential problem has been arising, and I would not be able to take next step on this challenge, right? Whatever the problem I'm facing, right? So this is where the problem arises. Now when something goes wrong, what do we do, right? This is what our approach is, right? And this is where 90% of the companies are not able to like resolve these things, not able to identify these things. That the first thing is, information overloads leads to poor decisions. I have so much of data that I'm not able to take insights. I have so much of data that I'm not able to apply any analysis on it. I have so much of the data, I cannot keep it in our laptops, or I cannot keep it anywhere wherein it can actually help me resolve this, right? So this is where the most of the problem arises. 88% increase in operation data year on year, right? Which means that today if I'm handling 1000 terabytes, right, most probably I will be having, like, my data will get doubled in approximately in 400 days, right? Or in 1 year I'll be able to increase approximately by 88%, approximately I'm saying. So some people may go double, right, in 6 months also. Some people may go uh, like 50% also. Like it increase in data is depending upon the company to company and organization to organization, but it just keeps on increasing. The 31% of false alert grows with respect to the operational data. Now, I'm sure like you might have received a lot of false alarm by bank, right? Then you might have received a call from bank is asking whether you are the one who's spending the money, right? These are false alarm, right? Banks are not able to recognize who all people are supposed to who all people are eligible for this and they are like spending the right money. They are not able to identify that, and that's where the problem arises, right? If I'm having lots and lots of false alarms, right, say for 1 terabyte of data I'm getting 1000 false alarms, right, every day, right? And what will happen over a period of time, that once my data grows, my false alarm also grows with the same respect, right? The most important thing, duplication of alerts, wherein if one application is giving me the false alarm, the other application is also giving me the similar kind of alarm, and that's where the problem arises. Unevenness of the problems coming through, that we are not aware of what is causing what, because we have so much used data, so many systems, that we are not able to identify that. We do not have enough time for doing RCA, right? Do not have enough resources or time to do root cause analysis, and because of that we can't focus on one problem. At I have seen this more than often, guys, that we received a problem and that problem get resolved over a period of time, and we were not able to identify why this problem has arose, and we just close the ticket, right? We generally close the ticket without doing the enough RCA. Why we are facing that kind of problem? We can't focus on the problems in hand because we get too many false alarms. We get too many of the situations. We are not able to focus on the problem. We are just keep on resolving the previous problems, and we just keep on resolving the things which were there in the past. We always have a reactive approach. And what is the problem with the reactive approach, right? We need to understand this. Okay, this is one of my favorite, I would say, the challenge which we get, right? And I would love to explain that, right? For example, we got some error, right, in our application, or we got some problem in our application, and then we try to resolve that. Rather than rather than doing this, right, we always react when the problem has already happened. Rather than that, if we can predict when this problem is going to happen and can we resolve this problem before it happens, then probably I can save a lot of time. And it is very costly for me to have any kind of problem, right, in my system, or in any kind of ticket. Like if I get severity 1 issues or severity 2 issues, it's very difficult to deal with that. And dominoes effect says what? Dominoes, like say very much like the dominoes, right? When we one thing which is impacting, like, so you have different kind of let me just help you understand this, right? So you have one small thing over here, the other thing is this big, 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 and another thing is this big, right? This which is got impacted, and this falls on this falls on this falls on this falls on this, and then your whole system crashes, right? After a while, or not whole system crashes but main system crashes, and then you try resolve the problem over here, but the actual cause of the problem is here, right? A very small thing which is impacting your whole system. So you need to find out the root cause analysis, and this will create the dominoes effect. One thing is affecting other thing is affecting other thing is affecting other, and so on and so forth. We also have very high amount of MTTR, which is 4.5 hours to resolve certain things, and then which is causing a lot of problems. This is an average MTTR across the industry. Traditional incident management processes are either slow or they simply don't work because our data is growing like anything. We have the systems which keeps on changing, the technologies or the application which keeps on changing, but we do not want to do not want to upgrade our system. We do not want to change our system. That's where the main problem arises. And most importantly, which I've seen 98% of the time when you face any kind of trouble, is that nobody wants to face the heat. Nobody will say that this happens because of my application and I'm going to resolve it, right? Everybody says that this X is causing because of Y, and Y is causing because of Z, and Z is causing because of P, and so on and so forth. People just keep on saying the same thing again and again. So this is again a lot of problematic thing, right, which we get, and we needed to resolve this by understanding that we are doing enough RCA. We are trying to reduce the duplication of alerts. We are also trying to reduce the false alarms. We are trying to, we cannot stop the increase in data, but we can always increase on and have like much more cleaner data. Now what will happen if you use IT, like if you like take impact on IT operations? First thing first, your brand get impacted, and a brand is something which like companies pay millions of dollars to create their own brands, right? And brand is one of the most important thing, like when you deal with any kind of situation. So if your brand is getting impacted, then probably it's a big loss. It's a loss which will hamper your brand for like many more years to come, right? And then this is, and the trust is something which is lost, right? So people might not want to give you business over a period of time. There will be a revenue loss always, because there are some and the revenue loss and regulatory fines are like the combined thing together. Basically what happens is, when you are like not able to provide the services, you will get revenue loss as well as the regulatory fines as well. Customer satisfaction goes on toss, and they might not want to give you the business further. They might not want to increase their dependency on you, because they have lost their faith, and they have lost their complete satisfaction. And the average cost per hour of downtime is $150,000 to $2.5 million, which is way high. To, in order, like, you cannot just think of even changing it for a while. Okay, now how would you like connect IT ops versus AI ops? I'm just trying to give you the definition once again, so that you can understand this. AI ops is an application of artificial intelligence for IT operation. It is the future of IT ops, combining algorithmic and human intelligence to provide visibility into the state and performance of IT system that business rely on. Successful digital transformation relies on AI ops to enable IT to operate at the speed of modern business requires. And we always want our system to be fast and dependable, right? So we wanted to use AI ops, right? I hope it is making sense now. Now, when we face this kind of problem where we have slow system, we wanted to apply AI ops over there. And if you notice in this scenario, we have several layers, right? And what these layers are all about, just understand this. So we have three basic pillars for any kind of IT operations. We have monitoring, where we observe these things. We have service desk, which is engaging with the problem, and then we have automation thing. If we can combine this process in such a way that we keep on improving our automation act, right? And then we can get continuous insight, and we keep on improving services to deploy AI ops. So first thing first, we have platform on the which on that we have different kind of data. We have reports, we have the logs, which we have the application data, we have the network data, we have databases and all those kind of stuff. On the top of that, we wanted to apply machine learning applications, which is actually deriving the continuous insights, and we are continuously improving our services. So if you just see over here, it just keeps on saying that continuous insights, which means that I wanted to improve our services every now and then, like every time. Now, if you just look for this whole thing, I would like to give you the definition, formal definition, like how the definition, or you can say the theoretical concept is: the AI ops platforms are the software system that combine big data, AI, or machine learning functionalities to enhance and partially replace a broad range of IT operation processes and tasks, which requires human intervention, right? We do not want it to apply human intervention over there, because human at times do not follow rules. They are late, they get fed up, they get exhausted, they disobey rules, they do not follow the measures. However, machines are almost on the opposite side of it. They follow rules, they do not get frustrated, they don't get fatigued, they are not bored of their job, they don't ask for appraisal, they don't ask for money, right? This is what there's a change, right? So we can pick up those things and we can convert them into something which is continual process, right? um, we wanted to include availability and performance monitoring. Even with the correlation analysis, we wanted to apply the causation and analysis impact of IT service management, and we wanted to automate these services. Now, why you need AI ops right now? Because it's a future of IT operations, combining algorithmic and human intelligence to provide the full visibility into the state of performance of IT system that the business relies on. And you cannot manage the today's dynamic and constantly changing IT landscape with yesterday's tool, because they are not meant for handling big data in any cost, right? So it's something which you wanted to do, right? The other factors, because modern architecture reduces complexities. We have several systems which keeps on interacting with each other to give you uh, the less headaches and less fatigues, less alarm fatigues. And it also helps you understand like what goes where and how it goes. We always wanted to require automation to reduce the cost, complexity, and risk of operations. We can safely rely on machines on some basic tasks which are mundane, which requires a lot of human intervention and lots and lots of human effort. So all those tasks which are done by human, which are mundane, which can be which are like which people get bored of, we can always automate them with the help of machines. Now, how would you evolve yourself, your IT infrastructure models, right? And this could be a challenging task, right? Moving from a static and predictive physical system to software-defined system, and that right we wanted to define resources that can change that configure on the fly, demands equally dynamic technology and process for its management. As network infrastructure evolve, old model based system take more and more effort to maintain, yet still fall further and further behind. AI ops uses machine learning and data science to give IT operations team a real-time understanding of any issue affecting the availability of the performance of the system under their care. What basically we want our systems to resolve the problems with data science and machine learning, but we do not want it to apply those on the previous system, the old model based system, right? We always wanted to modify our system in such a way so that they can take less efforts to manage, because as the system gets older, it requires more and more efforts to maintain, right? And it's very difficult for people to identify the challenges over there, because they just keep on failing every now and then. So we uses machine learning and data science to understand the issue which are affecting the availability of the performance and system under their care. And this is how AI ops derive the faster AIT ops. It interacts with network analytics, it interacts with application data, it interacts with infrastructure data, and also gives you the experience analytics, which means that it gives you BI, and it combines that all together to give you artificial intelligence operation, which makes things much more sincere and much more smooth in terms of operations. Now, what are the capabilities of AI Ops? AI Ops platform should bring the capabilities. What are those capabilities? First thing first, you will automate the routine practices. It recognizes serious issues faster with a greater accuracy than humans. For example, a general issues comes in, and AI would be able to handle that issue and would be able to resolve that issue without human intervention. So it is actually much more faster and much more accurate as compared to human. Streamline the interaction between data center groups and teams. Basically it can identify that which interaction needs to go to different data center groups and different data center teams, and we wanted to interact with them, and we wanted to solve that problem. We are like basically targeting only the problems which are relevant to their respective group. Otherwise we do not wanted to share our practices over there. So what AI Ops platform enable continuous insights. Basically, how does it work? This ITOM thing, IT operations monitoring. You get the events and how these events are coming. So there are like two kind of events. One is real time, and the second one is historical. And with this historical events, you derive your machine learning. You need previous data in order to derive the insights, right? And you pick up the previous data and then you judge your real-time data based on the models which you've created on historical data, right? So you have events, matrices, and traces which are actually into different kind of analysis. I'm sorry guys, lost your voice. um I think you might have lost my voice for a while. Yeah, no worries, Elias. I'm here, right? Yeah, okay, right? So we have historical data on which you use like the machine learning, and on the basis of that you wanted to judge your real-time data analysis. You create those events, matrices, traces, and topology, and on the basis of that you do historical analysis. You wanted to find out anomaly detection, right? Performance analysis, correlation, and contextualization. You do all those insights from your historical data, and every real-time data which is being gathered will become your historical data after a while. So once you get all these things, you always push these values into monitoring stuff. The new data keeps on coming in and you keeps on improving these analysis, and then you put in ITSM challenges over there, basically ITSM model over there, where you do task automation, where you do change risk analytics, where you do knowledge management and SD agent performance analysis and all. And then after identifying with this previous data with this ITSM thing, you wanted to automate the stuff. You wanted to apply scripts, you wanted to apply some run books, you wanted to apply ARA over there, and you wanted to make sure that your tasks are being automated every time. And you keep on doing that. And if you see over here, there is a continuous circle over here which you keep on doing. You keep on collecting data, you keep on creating historical analysis, you keep on identifying the anomalies, and you keep on improving performance analysis, and so on and so forth, right? We keep on doing that, and over a period of time we will be able to achieve some success, and which can be extended to 70%, which means that we will be able to automate up to 70% of our ITSM task which requires immediate attention, ITSM task which requires immediate information about various alerts which are being generated. Now what we want to do over here, we wanted to understand the several steps of AI ops, right? And stage one is that you wanted to detect the patterns in large data volumes. So first thing first, you have event collection, correlation, and analysis, where we wanted to understand what kind of data we are getting, right? For example, right, let me just see this, right? So we are collecting the data. Event means events are nothing but the logs which are being collected. We have correlation and analysis. Now what you want to do is basically you wanted to detect patterns in large data. Now how do you identify patterns? Now let me just give you some idea, right? We wanted to say, like, say x, if x is increasing, right, y is increasing, right? If x is decreasing, then y is increasing, right? If x is increasing, y is decreasing, and if x is decreasing, then y is increasing, right? Basically we wanted to find out. Now there could be multiple reasons, right? This could be a correlation thing, right? This is what we call as correlation. Let me see who responded to me at the last. So Bhuvan Kumar responded to me last, right? Bhuvan, I'm just going to take your name for a while. I hope you don't mind. So say, right, my salary, right, per annual income is increasing, and Bhuvan Kumar's salary is also increasing, right? Which means that if X is increasing, Y is also increasing. However, X is not the cause of Y, right? This is called causation. Causation. right? For example, if I say if my salary is increasing, right, my expenses are also increasing. They are highly correlated, and there is a cause also, which means X is actually causing Y, right? However, if X would have been low, Y would have been also low, right? So there is something called as causation and correlation, which we wanted to identify, right? We do analytics this way only, right? So you basically try to find out the different patterns in the data, what is causing what is correlation with what, right? And then you test those patterns. You found out the patterns, and then after finding out those patterns, you create those patterns, you identify those patterns, whether these patterns are meaningful, or we wanted to pick up some identify, like what is what we have detected and what was supposed to get, and can we improve this whole scenario, right? Can we improve this whole scenario, right? This is what we wanted to identify. In third stage, we will go to a proactive approach, where we wanted to identify how to prevent an impact. Basically, if I got some problematic thing, we wanted to improve the impact of it, right? We wanted to understand what are the problems we are facing and how we are going to resolve this. We wanted to identify, can we predict about the anomalies before it is coming in, right? We wanted to understand how these anomalies are impacting my outcomes. Then we wanted to create some kind of logic and patterns and rules for finding out the causality, right? What is causing what, how we can like reduce that causable things, how we can improve that situation, can we predict something more and more about this, right? We wanted to identify that, right? And we can reduce the outage duration, basically the MTTR, which is 4.5 as an average. And then we wanted to go to the next level. We wanted to improve our service based on that, right? We will use chatbots, we use ticket analytics, we use change risk analysis, and so on and so forth. We wanted to reduce those complexities with the help of the ITSM thing, right? We wanted to deploy ITSM. Now, as for the various the things which is being conducted, and this is very interesting, guys. I want you to understand this. In 2018, it was not at all understandable what is the size of that market, right? 2018 market. However, if you think in 2024, they are predicting that the size of this AI ops platform market will be approximately 11.07 billion, right? Now, here is what my inputs are, right? Going, like, looking at the conditions right now with the COVID-19 situation, right? I think this target will be achieved by 2022 only, right? There's going to be double, like approximately 25 billion by 2025, because people now they want to rely on human lesser and lesser, right? Only things which are done by machines are safe nowadays, right? So I believe this is going to be like a very I would say, a huge time for AI ops right now. Now let's understand the Gartner's report, right? What Gartner is saying about the AI ops, right? And what Gartner needs to say, like, all in all, like for AI ops, is that long-term impact of AI ops on IT operations will be transformative. um, right? People will be relying on machines like anything, and it will transform the whole thing altogether. All the services which are taking time, right? I just wanted to give you this example right now, right? For example, if I want to open up a bank account right now, we take only couple of I guess hours, I would say, if I'm not wrong, right? And but just think about the 10 years back, right? 10 years back, what has happened? Right, when you wanted to open up an account, you have to like give all the services, then they needed to verify all those services, and then you have to submit the document, and then you get the basic understanding of the document, and then probably it will take like 3-4 working days to open up the bank account, right? Now I'm talking about 2008 right now. I've worked with closely with one of my client, and that client was dealing with the wallet, the e-wallet kind of thing, right? Yes, I'm talking about 2008. In 2008, there was a client who was dealing with e-wallets, right? People were not aware of e-wallets back then. Now, what they had as a process is that that user needs to go on a website, and on a website they need to scan their documents, and every documents needs to be validated, right, whether the document is genuine or not, and when the whether the number on that particular document is actually you know actually valid or not. We need to verify all those documents, and those processes, right, were taking approximately 8 hours back then, right? And all these things were like without human intervention. All these things were happening without human intervention, where we kind of identify whether the document is genuine or not, whether the document is valid or not, uh, and whether this document can be accepted as a right document or not, and all those kind of stuff. Nowadays it takes like less than 1 hour because of the artificial intelligence operations which are there, right? So a lot of banks have started this, right? You just need to click your selfie and then you can send it to the bank, and they will accept as a photograph, right? And Gartner also predicted that large enterprise exclusive use of AI ops and digital experience monitoring tools to monitor applications and infrastructure will rise from 5% in 2018 to 30% in 2023. And I think like it is going to be more than that. Like they are predicting 30%, but I think it should be close to 40-45% in 2023, because most of the process needs to be automated in order to create lots of chaos which is happening. Now, what are the 7-point strategy for AI ops, right? First thing is that do not wait, right? What is the basic strategy for if you want to change or convert your IT organization? You need to be familiarize yourself with AI and ML vocabulary. You should know what exactly AI is, right? Don't get afraid of AI and ML, because this is gonna help, right? We have got all the ideas of artificial intelligence taken from our movies, right? Just send me a smiley if you want, if you agree with me, right? We have got all the artificial intelligence idea is taken from movies, right? Iron Man, we're talking about Terminator, I'm talking about Avengers and all those kind of stuff. And we always think that it is going to destroy our world, right? This is what we want, this is what we assume, right? But this is not true, right? All the ideas of artificial intelligence is been like like I think it's coming from movies only, right? This is what we can understand. So don't worry about that. Just familiarize yourself with AI and ML, and you know that you need to understand what you need, basically what is your organization need, right? And then on the base of that you can decide your learning pattern also. The second thing is that choose your initial test case wisely, right? And which means that you need to do not need to think like, okay, I'm going to transform my whole organization into artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities in next 1 year. I don't think that way, right? It doesn't happen. So first thing first, if you really want to understand whether AI ops is for you or not, what you want to do is you wanted to pick up very small cases, right? For example, some AI application which can save your 10 minutes, some AI application which can save your 20 minutes or half an hour of one resource, or some automation which can save your, like say, $2 or $3. Can we create some kind of initiative? Can we initiate those transformation initiative which can actually give me some kind of transformation of like saving or $2 or $3, even $10, right? And once we get success into that, we can think of n number of processes which can save our money or time, right? And then we can move to the next level, right? This is very important. Now most of you might have heard about the automation thing from your management. Don't think that your whole work will be automated. It's not possible, right? But what is possible is that to save some of the time, so that you can actually focus on something which is important, something which is actually making sense for a human to do, right? The third thing is develop and demonstrate your proficiency, which means that you identify the skills, identify the gaps, showcase what you can do in terms of simple techniques. Showcase them that what are the where exactly the gaps are. Showcase where to how to assemble, like pick up those gaps and fill those gaps, right? We wanted to showcase all those things, right? Then experiment freely, right? Which means that I wanted to pick up, I do not want to spend money on the tools, right? I wanted to pick up the open source tools, right? I wanted to pick up the which are like the very low cost ML softwares, right? And I wanted to like implement the AI ops and data science application for the different users. I wanted to see like how they are impacting our business, right? This is what we wanted to do. And the fifth thing is look beyond IT, right? Leverage the data and analytics resources that may already be present in your organization. There might be many people who are learning statistical analysis, who are learning data science, and who are having a lot of knowledge about the data management. You always wanted to pick up the people like this, and you wanted to create or you want to put them into the AI ops challenges, and you create teams which are already knowing all these concepts. You wanted to ask them to do business analytics for you. You wanted to ask them to do statistical analysis, which are nothing but the key components of any organization for that matter. There are many techniques which are there, which actually can help you out in order to resolve lots and lots of problems. And that, like in this era, most of the strategies we have, they fix into multiple domains, so you don't worry about the domains, right? Now, standardize where possible, modernize where practical. This is one of my favorite topic, wherein we want this what Gartner is trying to say, right? You do not want to change your infrastructure completely, right? You wanted to create an infrastructure which will support the eventual AI ops implementation. You do not want it to like change the complete the workforce and complete you wanted to drive the complete automation, but yes, you wanted to create uh, like something which can easily adopt AI ops without any resistance, because it is gonna improve your efficiency for that, for sure. Infrastructure as a code and immutable infrastructure patterns, we wanted to implement that, right? And what this is like, prepare your infrastructure to support an eventual AI ops implementation by adopting a consistent automation architecture. Consistent automation means that you wanted to identify like thousands of opportunities where you can do automation, right? And you keep on picking up this as a next level of next level of future, basically. Visualize the full adoption. Always think, right? What they are trying to say over here is that just think of AI ops in a state of art, and always visualize that your infrastructure and application are all automated. So there are many variables. Available products will evolve, as will the AI ops state of the art and infrastructure and the application for which you are responsible, considering building the various by continuum and how much the ease of use, which means that your services will keep on improving as AI will keep on improving. And you always wanted to think as a bigger picture. You wanted to see that as a bigger um, thing for adoption, right? And you always wanted to see the build versus buy continuum, and see like whether you can adopt this as a fully loaded services. It's not possible to go for the fully loaded service, but I would say like you can just achieve up to 70% of the case. Now, what are the use cases, right? I want to give you some idea about the use cases. By ingesting data from any part of IT environment, AI ops filters and correlates the meaningful data into incidents. This prevents alerts storm coming from dominoes effect. For example, a failure in system A triggers an alert impacting the system B, which also triggers an alert, and so on. Intelligent alerting also reduces alert fatigue and also helps with the prioritization based on user and business impact. Right, cross-domain and situational understanding. AI ops aggregates all the data and creates causality and relationship, providing an IT with an overview of what is at stake and enabling it to slice and dice the information as needed for a better understanding of the situation. automate the identification of the probable root cause. Once alerted, IT is presented with the top suspect causes and evidence leading to AI's conclusion. This helps to build the trust. I can see why AI engine come to a conclusion and provides an opportunity for the feedback, enabling the AI engine to learn from the human expertise. Now it also does the cohort analysis. Basically, AI shines brightest in the areas where humans struggle, right? And if you notice the artificial intelligence, like be it a self-driving car or be it the device which is giving you some kind of information, be it as a machine who's identifies certain things, AI ops always shine brightest in the areas where human always struggle. They can work on extreme conditions, right? Just to give you some idea, like we people are developing artificial intelligence because we wanted to create machines which can work on 0-degree temperature, or like -20-degree temperature, or machines which can work on 55-degree temperature as well, right? We want to create those machines. And here, like if you are getting, say, if you as a human you can handle one alarm, say, in 1 minute, machine can handle 100 alarms in 1 minute, right? Which is much more efficient as compared to human, right? And plus, if they are automatic, we can save a lot of lots and lots of data, and we can save a lot and lot of efforts. As soon as the problem arises, the predefined solution will keep on started working, and then machine will take advantage of that. The machine will be able to understand with the help of like whatever the human intelligence is saying, it will start applying those solution to the problems. So AI shines brightest in the areas where humans struggle. The analysis of vast amounts of data with modern and highly distributed architecture, where tens of thousands of instances are running at the same time, identifying outliers in the configuration or deployed application version is an immeasurable task for humans, not for AI. It's not possible for me to find out the triggers which are like impacting one another. A is causing B trigger, B is causing C trigger, and so on and so forth. I can identify which cause the trigger first and what exactly the problem is, and on the basis of that, I can apply my analysis on that. Also, AI ops can automate and automated remediation, which I already talked about. Like for example, if somebody is looking for some information and it creates a ticket for that, it just did that automatically. So AI ops helps automate closed loop remediation for known issues. When problems are identified and based on the historical data from past issues, AI ops suggests the best approach to accelerate the remediation, which is I guess one of the best boon for the service industry, where you just pick up the different remediation processes. Right now, I would like, I guess we are done with the session, right? We have reached to the end of the session where we understood the different aspects of artificial intelligence and operations. I would like to answer your questions based on like your understanding. Like if you wanted to ask something on artificial intelligence, or how would data science help, or how would data analysis help, or how would any artificial intelligence application will help in improving the situation, or anything related to AI, I would love to answer those questions. Now I will give you the attendance sheets, guys. I would like you to stay with me, please, so that I can give you attendance sheets, and you please submit your sheet first, right? Give me 1 minute, please. 1 second, please. I'll just give you the link. And in the meantime, I also wanted to take up the questions. So okay, sure. I think I've given you the link, guys. Everyone, please, please, like, uh, mark your attendance over there as well, right? Please, it's an attendance for you as well. Okay, everyone. Okay, and I would love to connect with you on LinkedIn as well, right? So let me answer this question, right? Does the entire process starts with analytics with big data, or how do we start the analytics? So we have this question from Shavanan Subaya, and I guess it's a very good question. To be honest, yes, right? So say, Shravanand, you might have noticed that, right? That banking processes keeps on increasing, right? And they are also one of the fastest people um, who are basically uh, resolving the queries very fast nowadays. Now the thing is that if what we want to understand is whether we have some problems which are coming up, right? Whether we have some problems which are actually coming up on like 80% of the time I'm getting some problem. And to do that, you need to have the analytics basics. You need to have a complete understanding of how I can find out the issues which are like coming 80% of the time. If I am able to answer those you know questions or tickets through some kind of automated process, I would be able to save a lot of dollars for my company, right? And also I'm enhancing the customer experience. This is what we wanted to do. I hope you get the answer, right? Give me a smile if you got the answer, right? So you have to start understanding the big data, and you have to start understanding the analytics part, which is true, right? Can you provide skill pipe material for AI? Virendra has got this question. Virendra, if I'm understanding your question, you're looking for how to start learning artificial intelligence. This is what you are asking, right? Right? What is the way to learn artificial intelligence? Is that what you are asking? Okay. So let me give you uh, 1 second, please. Okay. So let me just give you some idea about how do you get started with artificial intelligence. Okay. uh 1 second, let me just pick up my pen over here, right? So first thing first, you should know basics of analytics, right? This is first thing, right? You should know what is basics. I'm not saying that you should be pro at it, right? Basics of analytics, right? Now this is one thing. The second thing, as a basic prerequisites, you should know the statistics, basically statistics. It's at most important. The third thing, mathematics basics, maths basics like linear algebra, differentiation, integration, probability, and so on and so forth. And the fourth thing, you should know machine learning, right? Right. So AI has got various components, right? AI has got one component is used for data science, right? One component is used for computer vision. One component is used for natural language processing, right? One component or application of artificial intelligence is robotics, right? So it depends upon where exactly you want to go, right? Based on that, you can decide your path. So if you want to go for data science, right? Uh, these four things which I have mentioned over here, these four things are good enough, right? Plus, you always wanted to learn one common language, which is Python for that. It works on data science, computer vision, natural language processing, and robotics. If you want to go for data science, these are the five things you need to learn: the basics of statistics, basics of analytics, statistics, mathematics, machine learning, and Python, right? This is done. If you want to understand computer vision also, apart from what you have learned, you also need to learn OpenCV. OpenCV is for computer vision, right? It's one of the library which you wanted to learn. If you want to go for natural language processing, you want to learn NLTK, natural language toolkit, right? And if you want to go for robotics, you have to have some kind of electronics and mechanical, basically electromechanical background, right? Apart from all these knowledges, so these are like the levels, right? So you have to have one, this level, this is zero level for analytics, right? This is level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3, This is level 4, right? Wherever you want to go based on what you want to do, right? I hope it is making sense to everyone. Can you please share some examples of AI used in cyber security? Yes, Frederick. So Frederick, there are many examples, right? Most of the time when you might have noticed that if you there are that, like, you might be knowing about the DOS attack or something, right? So when you think about the DOS attack, they are nothing but the AI system which can actually shut the particular incoming. So there are many things which are happening in cybersecurity as well. They wanted to identify what most of the cases are coming from a specific source and a specific type of problem, and they wanted to create an automatic solution for that through with the help of AI. So it is all like, it's, I guess it is inevitable at in every domain nowadays. So um I hope you got the answer, right? This is one of the thing, right? I'm working in the typical production support project. How can we use AI ops there? Typical production support project, right? Okay, so Venkat is asking this question, a very good question related to AI ops, and I would like to answer this. Now I first thing first, right? You should know how to analyze your data. If you analyze your data, you will find that more, I'm repeating this again and again because it is at most very important thing, guys. Because if you think that the most of the, you are getting most of the cases because of certain thing, right? If you do basic analytics on it, you will find there are 80% of the time there are 20% of the cases which are coming at 80% of the time, right? If you wanted to pick up one incident, right, in that particular project, and you wanted to do RCA for that, what causes what, right? What is creating what is causing what, how is the correlation appearing for these things? You will be able to get the root cause analysis of those eight, like 20 incidents or problems which are causing 80% or which is taking 80% of your time. Once you understand this, try resolve those errors. If you resolve those errors, you will start saving your money, like your time, and once you start saving your time, you will also start saving, you will be able to spend more time on doing RCA. It's a chain which will create for automation, and you will identify those 20 things which are taking 80% of your time, and then you resolve it, right? You will be able to save a lot of money and time and efforts because of that. It's just that we do not want it, we do not know how to do it, so we do not want to do it, right? It's just like that. Aishwarya is saying that that she's not able to open up the link. I guess, guys, is this link working? Right? Are we able to mark your attendance with that? Okay. Actually, you may want to try a different browser, right? With that. Ravindra is saying, expecting the same question. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Okay. Okay. I hope, Ravindra, you got the answer. How can we adopt and enrich myself in AI as an ITIL associate? Bhushan, I would say get started with analytics, right? I would say get started with analytics. Understand the business impact of that application. This will give you enough idea about how particular thing works, right? And if you want, like, I can give you some idea. For example, what is a univariate analytics, right? So I told you this thing, right? We have created we have calculated the 4.5 hours of MTTR, right? Now, how do you, this is nothing but an analytics, it's a glimpses of analytics. Generally we take 4.5 hours to resolve a problem on an average. Then you reduce it by half an hour? Even if you reduce it by half an hour, then probably it's a big change in the system, right? I hope it is making sense. So first thing first, get yourself equipped with the analytics part, and once you get the enough hold of analytics, then probably you start understanding how that this thing can be deployed on your particular incident, right? let's say I have an application. So I've got a question from Ravindra. Let's say I have an application. I don't want to disturb the system. So how can I introduce this AI ops? If you have an application and you don't want to disturb the system, okay, automation is the key, Ravindra. So you have to identify there are several tasks. For example, I tell you what. So this is one of the things which I have seen, right? I'm talking about like it's been 10 years I've seen this. There was an organization where I was working, and one of my colleague was working over there, and this guy was an automation expert. So there was a WFM, workforce management team, which was making sure that everybody is logging in properly, and then like there was a support process in one of the KPOs, and then they were trying to make sure that everybody is logged in at the same time and there is no problem with the logging in and all those kind of things. So this guy was like, so there was a team of 6 people who were generating the reports, right, by using the Excel sheets, right, and they were doing these Excel sheets and everything, right, and they were taking around 30 days to create the reports. Approximately 5 to 6 people were taking 30 days to, like, not 30 days, I would say a month, I would say a month to generate the reports. So one of the guy who automated the whole stuff, right? He found out the opportunity of automation, and the whole 6 people's task, like they were not able to do anything else when they were generating the reports, right? They were not able to focus their time on generating reports, as they were using like every day 2 to 3 hours, like everybody's like putting their 2 to 3 hours in generating some kind of basic reports and then copy pasting their stuff. And this guy was able to generate the whole logic, right, in 2 to 3 hours, right? The whole like 30 days of like efforts, month efforts by 6 people, 2 to 3 hours every day, is been reduced down to only 2 to 3 hours by a system. So identify, without disturbing your system, identify the opportunities for automation. Even if you're able to save 15 minutes, that is good enough in the initial stage, right? So do that. Identify what are the things which can be automated, what are the languages which will support scripting and automation for me, right? So Python scripting is one of the then there are like many scripting languages, like Pig is one of the language which can support big data automation. You can use Python for automation stuff as well, right? So you can use like the automation thing, right? um, okay, so Aishwarya is asking, my question is, which programming language is used for ML and AI? um, Aishwarya, I think Python is one of the big, like, great tool right now, which will work across ML and AI or data science or anything. It can help you anywhere, almost anywhere, in ML and AI. So I think you should start learning Python with that. Basically, you wanted to program that logic with Python. I hope you got the answer. Is it a good idea to work in big data tools and then start working in data science? No, Shravan. I would say it's an other way around. You need to understand the data science first, and then you start working with big data tools. So this is how it works, right? As an evolution of learning, you should understand statistics, analytics first, then statistics, then you understand math behind it, then machine learning, then you want to go for data science, basically. So any data science course will give you the similar kind of things. When I teach, I start from basics of analytics, then I teach statistics, then we teach like mathematics and machine learning, and then once you understand with the same thing on small data, you wanted to apply the same thing on big data as well, right? And eventually you wanted to put that big data into the cloud, right? Because going forward, you will not have enough systems which will keep all those big data, so everything has to be in cloud. So you wanted to learn everything in cloud. I hope you got the answer, Shravan. Are there any certification available to become AI expert? Sarath, I do not rely on certifications, basically. um I mean, this is my perspective. Maybe there are AI, like there are various AI certifications which are there, um and these AI certifications are basically giving you like the path which I've told you. It's for like if you just remove the robotics part from there, they will be giving you the similar kind of path. So they are ranging from 1.5 lakhs to 6 lakhs. Um, so you can like opt for those things, and then a lot of institutes are offering nowadays AI like path. What language has a future scope for AI/ML? Actually, it is Python only. I'm done with my feedback and attendance. My final question to you are you going to provide the material for studying AI/ML or data science, etc., or not? Virendra, I do not have enough material as of now, but if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I keep on sharing multiple stuff um, on like the DS AI, and I keep on posting a lot of videos also for understanding all these stuff. I would suggest if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I keep on sharing all those stuff so you can get advantage from them. And plus I have a community of more than 6,000 people. They're from data science, so you will get benefited out of that. Which AI component would be best for implementing AI in application support or production support? Karthikeyan, which AI component is, it depends upon, like some people wanted to, so you here AI is not meant for this component, right? Here AI is actually, when I say AI, I mean to say here that you wanted to do automation based on thing. Basically, you wanted to apply machine learning there, right? Machine learning is something which you wanted to apply in application support. So some people do this way, right? So for example, if I wanted to if I wanted to speed up my process, and it requires a lot of a lot of computers to interact with an external environment, then probably I would use computer vision, natural language processing, or robotics. Otherwise, I would use machine learning in order to improve the performances. Okay. All right. Any other question? Everyone, please fill in the feedback. I hope everybody has filled in the feedback and their attendance as well. This is mostly required. Uh, I think I have answered everybody's question. Only one question is left out, which is from Bhuvan Kumar, right? I'm going to answer that. Can we integrate big data and cloud with AI? Bhuvan, that's the ultimate goal, I would say. That's an ultimate goal which we wanted to do, because over a period of time we will have so much of data, and it's going with such a fast pace that we cannot keep that in our system. We can't keep that data with any other applications as well, right? We can't. So at like over a period of time we will be picking up our data into our you know uh, in the cloud only, and the cloud are the one like which are like they're giving you the services like infrastructure as a service. I guess that's the ultimate way of dealing with it. We want our, and you do not have enough systems, right, which can actually deal with the complexities of the data. So you wanted to have the tools which can expand themselves. You wanted to have storage which can expand yours itself, and you always wanted to keep all the things into the cloud. So um, going forward, you will be needed to fill in all the data into the cloud itself. Satish, I've already given the link earlier as well. Okay. I hope everybody has got the link, and Bhuvan, I guess you got the answer as well. So I guess we are on the top of the session now. We have answered most of the questions. Thank you so much, guys, for attending the session. I hope you enjoyed the session, and it's been giving you some insights. Probably I'll speak to you in some other webinars. Till then, take care and stay safe. Stay at home. Thank you so much, guys, for attending once again. Take care.